Why is the game so quiet? I have to go check the settings. So they have a Halloween event. I don't think I've ever done this one. Whoa, spooky. Encoder overloaded. Okay.
Hey, partner.
Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Right. Okay. Let me just quick game because I can't even use my computer when this game is running because of how much CPU it's hogging. Okay, it's called Bitsum. Jeez. Where the fuck is Bitsum? It's in here. Mm. Below normal. Ugh. Encoding overloaded still. Holy shit, what is up with this? Still looks like a fucking slideshow every single time. Time for a 4090? Dude, I need like a 1680 or something insane. They should just like hook me up to like, I don't know, the Great Halidron Collider or something to be able to like play modern games that are completely unoptimized. Like, what the fuck? Like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, these are the settings. Like, bitrate is already like insanely low at 7,000. Preset fastest, lowest quality, tuning ultra low latency, multi-pass mode, single pass. Like, there's nothing I can do. Like, the game's just stuck at optimization. Well, the encoding overloaded message went away when I turned down the frames to 60. Let's see if it fixed things. I'm running around. Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Okay, I've caught up to where I'm... It looks like it fixed things, actually. Really? That really just solved everything. Just 60 frames per second. Why am I looking at my own stream at 360p? Is that better for you, Rusty? Like, it's better for me. It's like a lot better. It's like actually viewable now. Okay, so Monster Hunter, you can't go above 60 frames per second, I guess, with Monster Hunter. you're streaming. Get my login bonus. Ooh, I get lucky vouchers. Ah, snowman. It's not smooth, that's good. I wonder if I should restream because I'm like way behind. Okay, wait. So I can actually fast forward my stream now. Okay. It looks like if I try reloading the YouTube Rusty, it'll catch up to where I am now. Because I just had to respond to you like way late. I have a few Steam achievements here that I kind of want to complete. I only have 74% complete. I wonder if I can platinum this game. What do we have here? We have Master of Masters. Reach Master Rank 200. What Master Rank am I even? How do I even check that? Status 179. Okay. Getting there. I remember I have a auto hotkey macro for Monster Hunter. I think it's it's in here somewhere. Monster Hunter World. I basically switched the dodge to like Elden Ring's dodge. Is Reshade working, by the way? Reshade is not enabled. I remember I had Reshade on for this game as well. Where do I go? Okay, that's not it. Steam apps. Common. Monster Hunter World. Nah, whatever. I don't need it. Looks fine. Game looks fine. It's playable. Do I have auto hotkey enabled? I do, okay. Oh, can I not dodge in here? Is that why? Let's go, like, help some newbie out, just so I remember my controls. Where's the quest bar? She's the quest bar, right? Hublass. See if anyone needs help. Okay, Namiel, so let's go check. I assume the water, so I guess fire, maybe. Let's go try fire. I should really actually just check. Hunter notes. Namiel, and I really wish this was alphabetical, and it's not. Oh, here we go, yeah. Physiology. Weakness to fire. As I suspected. Change equipment. Wow, I have a lot of crap in here from... Oh, I already have fire equipped. Okay, let's go. I gotta eat. Oh, I should have seen what that was. I ate it without even looking.
Watch yourself.
Watch yourself. I'm always watching myself. Whoop. Do I remember how to play? Okay. The E is clutch claw. I need to import these settings over to Monster Hunter Wilds when it comes out. I do kind of remember how to play. Probably should have teleported over to the other camp. Now I just have to run there. Hi Rogat. How's the game? Well, this is Monster Hunter World, not Rise. So it's as good as it ever was. I'm just hoping we're going the right way. It looks like the monster is 50 feet above, so it's over here somewhere. Must be at the very top. Let's go see if it dropped any red pods. If not, it's nice up to dries. There we go. Whoa, shit. Okay. Whoa, shit. Whoa. Fuck. Okay, so click and recall. Click is attack, mouse button 5 is recall. Mouse button 4 is charge up. What was my, okay, mega potions. I can heal people by drinking a mega potion. I can heal the entire freaking team. This build is OP. Heal up again. Get a null berry. I remember how to play. It's like riding a bike. Heal up. I am healer after all. This is the ultimate support class. Nothing gets better than this. Not even sword and shield. I killed AT Velkhana with this build. I've killed Fatalis with this build. I've done the entire game with this build. Now if only I remember how to like capture Okay, I have trank bombs. Oh, drink up. Let's get buff up and then go grab that other pod over there. Hopefully we don't get smacked for our recklessness. Oh yeah, you can't capture Elder Dragons, so I shouldn't worry about capturing anyway. Yup. Water Blight. Whoa. I wonder what's a good way to farm mastery levels. Shit, Blizzard's almost dead. Gotta rescue Activision. Activision Blizzard King needs our help. Woo! Am I standing in the red? Can't tell, everything's covered in dragon goo right now. Oh shit! Instant faint, that sucks. That was pretty bad. Nothing I can do to stop that, jeez. How do I get down there again? Do I just jump off here? Can we just jump off, right? Yeah, okay. Whee! Whoa! What the fuck am I doing? I didn't know I could do that. Am I water blighted? I am. I have 2 blights on me. Fuck. Might as well buff up. It's kind of a shitty place to fight the boss. Not gonna lie. If Wilds plays anything like this, it's gonna be a good game. Just like give us more Monster Hunter World. That's all they need to do. Nice. Oh, shit. Someone died. Blizzard got one shot. Oh no. Need more vitality gems to survive that one shot. Oh, the monster died. Well, let's see who else we can help out. Wait, I have a shit ton of points, don't I? No, I have more money. I should pay with money. I don't even need money anymore. Like, points are more important at this point. Uh, insect, yes. Let's see.
Having a good evening?
Iceborne Wyvern. These guys might need help actually. Well, that guy's already 800. They don't need help. If we can help out this guy. I'll target monsters. Wait. What were the hunter nuts? Howlomu and like the Raytheon. Pretty sure I can just use dragon element or lightning or both. Nightshade, Paolumu, physiology, water. Okay. Well. I don't know if that was faster. I think that was just like the same speed if I just walked up here. Ooh, is that a pod? Yeah, it is. Okay, nice. Someone's asleep. The insect got stuck in the trees. Pick up. Oh, wait. Berry doesn't remove sleep? I thought it did. What removes sleep then? I just have to smack the dude with my weapon. You have a hammer, bro. Come to save the day. Got another insect glaive user. Woo! Oh shit. I wasn't watching his health. He's dropping materials. Doesn't seem to be dead just yet. We can capture him though. Like he's not doing so well. Looks like the monster's gonna die. Possibly. So far I only noticed one red pod, but who knows how many pods could have dropped since I arrived. Could be the second, could be the third. Oh, that must be the second. That has to be at least the second. I feel like we can probably cap now. Let's go try capping. I'm gonna try. Shit. Yes. Oh, we got him. We got him. I guessed correctly. Right. Oops, that's not the button. There we go. Power up. Grab another pod. Should be one here. I forgot how to emote. I think it's like, yeah, F2, 3. Got him. Where do we go now? I'm gonna follow the hammer guy. Hopefully he knows the way. Wait, let's go. Maybe we should follow the blue. Wait, does that just lead me back to the other monster? It shouldn't, right? Wait. Yeah, there we go. I can change track by S and Q. Where the fuck? Um, where the heck is it? It's up here somewhere. Okay. Just follow the blue shit then. Wow, really? Betrayal. I've been betrayed. I'll just use my keen hunter instincts and just go up here where it probably is. Whoa. I forgot, do I need to use 3 or 2 Tranq bombs? I think it's 2 Tranq bombs. Pretty sure that was the case. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Should probably switch Kinsight, but I think we're gonna kill this guy pretty damn fast. That was already the first pod, I think. Fuck. Nice. That's still the first pod, right? Ah, get me out of here. Still only see one pod on the ground. I'm gonna power up and then grab it. I can. I was gonna do some demon drug, but I probably don't. Yeah. Okay, that's the second pod. That's definitely the second pod. One more, should be able to take care of it. Nice. I forgot about all the traps in this game. All the environmental ones. Okay, that's the third trap, or the third pod. We should be able to grab it. Okay, how do I craft again? 8? Let's see if I can put this down before it dies. Yeah, I got it. Nice. Double cap. Woo. Good job. Still level 179. Do I have to like post quests to level up? Did I do all my optionals? I haven't. But do I want to do them? I don't know if I want to do them. I guess I can do the special arenas. Those might level me up. Or are these repeats? No, they are repeats, okay. Radaban. I'm guessing dragon or ice. Dragon. Mmm, so good. Yum 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 yum. Oops. Wow, I got thorn pods. They can cut its tail off. I think these are severing, right? Pretty sure all of my insects are severing. Should be able to cut this tail off just by hitting it. If I can actually hit it and not miss. Got its tail. I forgot how to launch monsters into the wall. I have to mount them first, and then I have to like grape shot them in the face, right? Try. Fuck. That was not what I meant to do. Capture this guy again. Okay. Ah, that's how you do it. Okay. Piss them off though. Dragonator can be used now. Dragonator. What's he doing? Come here. Come here. Oh my god, the Arcanoed him right there. That's gonna do a shit ton of damage. Wait, what? No, that's not what I wanted to do. Fuck. Forgot how to like push them around. I think I can still do it, right? Yeah, there we go. I knocked him in the wall. Killed him. Didn't mean to kill him. I didn't know he was like that low. But, rip. His suffering is over. We ended the animal torture. Hunter rank is... Ah, that's how you get mastery rank. Right? Unless... Let's go see. Does helping other people out increase my master rank? Let's go help someone out. Like, doing optional quests is not that fun. It's more fun to help, like, noobs out because I already have everything. I just need more master rank. Bow of Vice and Violence. Someone's killed Fatty. Well, I guess they both have. So have I. Triple Fatalis killers. I just need to eat first. Oops. Who hasn't killed Fatalis yet? I guess Asmongold hasn't killed Fatalis yet. Wait, what? I'm ready. Alright. Yes. Oh shoot. What is my... I need fire. I need to change my Kinsect to fire, I think. Get all my consumables again.
Time to stand our ground and fight. As long as these hands can write.
Okay, let's go. Wait, should I just teleport there? They are... I can just run there. Looks like they're doing pretty good. There's like 2 pods down. Basic Velkhana isn't too difficult, to be fair. I wonder if anyone's doing like AT Velkhana. If you can help out there. AT Velkhana is basically almost like a guaranteed fail mission, just because of how difficult it is. Same with like Fatalis, if there's like new players. It's just a bit insane for some players. Nice. I wasn't fast enough on the flash. I keep forgetting to flash. Or I can chop the tail off. Oh, nice.
The hunters of the New World are survivors. We'll fight tooth and nail to prove it.
Gotta add that iridescence, that pearlescence to the abyssal race. Like they're gonna be shiny like Velkhana. Gotta add like a high spectral. Is that like smoothness? It's like some sort of smoothness with some other kind of map. Roughness map. Shouldn't be too hard to do. Did I level up there? I did. Okay, it does increase mastery rank. Let's go do some more SOS missions. This could be worth doing. Scorching Blade is usually pretty hard for some players. Oops, failed to join. Okay. I should probably eat first before joining. Let's get a little last white knight then. Frostfang Barioth can also be pretty hard. Loading quest. my god. Yeah, these guys need help. I should be healing them now. Let's go try to get a hot drink first. Oh, F is use item? Okay. I gotta remember these controls. Whoa, what the fuck? Let's get hit by an asshole. I need a pod. Otherwise they do shit damage. Yeah. Ooh. Ah! Like the worst place to fight it. Oh, nice headbang. Try to chop its tail off. That is really like the worst place to fight. They need to get out of the corridor. Got some loot though. Might has withdrawn from the quest. Quest leader has cancelled the SOS flare. What? Did the quest leader just leave? But why? I don't think he realized there's a healer in the party. That's okay. Wow, this guy's just getting headbang after headbang. Barrioth's gonna be like a... It's not gonna have a head after this. Oh, is it dead? No, it's asleep. It fell asleep. I think I got the wake up. I got like double damage there. Maybe I should have let someone else get the wake up. I think Barioth was originally the first enemy that made me switch to something other than Gunlance, just because of all the chip damage he was doing. And like he was so fucking mobile that like I couldn't get any hits on him. Oops. Got it, nice, we got his tail as well. Whee. Just make sure everyone's at 100%. Headbang. Good tail. Oh, why did I pick that up? First aid med plus. Frostfang Barioth has no chill. Actually, he has all the chill, but he's like, no healing, no healing for the party. I won't allow you to heal. see if we can trap it. I don't know if he's low enough yet though. This skunk just wants to die. This way. Wait, we're going the wrong way. Why am I following this guy around? Wait, what the fuck? Where is he? He's right above me? But how? Oh, I know where he is. He's in his little cave, of course. Oh. All done. We capped him. You see this menu here? Disband and return to Gathering Hub? That's what this menu is what Warframe and Space Marine 2 needs. It avoids having to return to the hub as a party and then disbanding. You just disband and return up by yourself.
Buenas tardes.
What does the Halloween meal look like? I actually didn't see what this looked like. I don't think I've ever seen this before. I've never really logged in for Halloween. Whoa, look at that. I get some jelly. Wow. Got some pudding and donuts. Candied apples.
Having a good evening?
Did you know Halloween is big in Japan? Like they celebrate Halloween more there than, well, I just realized just like how close you are to like the quest lasts. Oops, I clicked on the wrong button. I wasn't paying attention. Scorching Blade. Under the Veil of Death. I wonder who needs more help. Maybe these guys? We'll do Under the Veil of Death. Black Veil Huzzah can be pretty tough if you don't have the right resistance. And if you don't have null berries. Black Veil Huzzah. I assume that's fire, right? But let's go take a look. I scroll too fast. All Hazak should have the same physiology. Dragon and fire. I have fire right now, that's fine. Oh shit, someone just died. Motivation has withdrawn from the quest. How are we gonna kill it without motivation? The fuck? I should just like teleport up there. What am I doing? Out of the way! Stop hitting me. Oh, I just poisoned myself. That's fine. I want that, but do I want it enough to poison myself? Watch how far this thing can freaking go. I can hit Black Veil all the way from over here. I think, right? No. It's just a little bit too far. I gotta be on heal duty with these guys. Gotta babysit them. Because they're just babies. Oh. Trying to chop its tail off. Watch this, I can hit all of them over here. Yeah, fuck you, Balhazak. Smack you farther than any ranged weapon in the game. Whoa, I didn't know he did double sweep. Good thing I still had iframes. Still have 10 out of 10 potions. My free meal is kicking in every single time. Nice. I cut its tail off. Taking a while though. Very Sigma of you, Senpai. That's his reply text. its tail off, maybe. Prime tail cutting time. Ooh, corridor fight. Nice. Is that its tail? I feel like it broke its tail off. Yeah, that's its tail. Might as well grab the tail. Make some more potions. See if there's any null berries. Although I doubt I'll run out of 7 null berries. I can't capture a Black Veil, is that, can I? Is this even the right way? I feel like I'm going the wrong way. I feel like he went the other way, and they're just following me. Yeah, I think we gotta go this way instead. Right? Split it. Let's split up, gang. He's here somewhere. I can smell him. Balls. I knocked him the wrong way. I need to learn how to like smack him again. I think it's the mouse button. Mouse button 5 maybe to knock him around. Nice.
Great work, partner.
I find it funny how on like the Monster Hunters subreddit, people are like, ah man, all of my weapons suck. I can't do any damage. They forget that teamwork makes the dream work. And that healer builds are fucking OP. And if healer builds play anything like in World, then Wilds is, I'm gonna be a healer in Wilds as well. Is he trying to launch me? I think he's trying to launch me. Steadfast 4, nice. Just what I wanted. We'll do one more and then I'll switch over to... Maybe we'll get to 181. I think that's in either one or two more missions, and then I'll switch over to sculpting. Whoa, give me a sec. Sorry, I had to turn on the aircon. This could be pretty hard for these guys. Both of these monsters are quite difficult. For melee characters, especially. Pretty sure both of these guys are weak to cold, so I'm gonna switch over to cold. Just probably run there. Should have refilled some of my items. Should be fine though. Break the things yet? I don't think they have. Try to lure him over here. Knock the pillar on him. Did you play the beta off stream? Not really. No. Like, the beta wasn't like the most fun experience. But that's because I play like, I main Kinsect. And like, Kinsect only gets good once you get a good Kinsect. Otherwise it's just like really unenjoyable. Because the beginning Kinsects are so slow you can barely hit anything with them. And they do like no damage. Like, second hit him. Yeah, there we go. Got him. They're very generous with the hitboxes for that pillar. Should be hitting his tail actually. Actually, let me go see if I can like grab this guy and then. Ah, shit. I knocked him in the wrong direction. Oops. Now he's pissed. Let's go see if I can grab a pod off him before he gets enraged. Don't know if that's possible. He's pretty fucking fast. I still have my insect buff on, so. Roar! Uh-oh. Okay, we got a pod. Oh, is he sleeping? No. Oh yeah, his tail is only weak when it's fire. Got a heavy bowgun enjoyer. This hunt's, if this is a good heavy bowgun user, this hunt's gonna be over in seconds. It's a meta heavy bowgun speedrunner build. Icky, I think. Or is that piercing? I can't tell. I think that's piercing. Okay, he just likes piercing. Maybe he's gonna do that. For some reason, dodging in this game is a lot easier than Dark Souls. Don't know why. I'm not doing my duty. His tail does not want to come off. I should just like be healer for a sec here. Yeah, that's why. Tackle that guy later. Wow, what an asshole. Oh, is it time to cap? Nice. I need more null berries. Ah, he's enraged now. Oh wait, it takes 2 of those to enrage, doesn't it? Not quite enraged. Yeah. Let me see if I can go. Oops. Okay, he's gonna do it. Maybe not. Should do my job as healer. This guy's riding by on a dinosaur. I was scratching my nose the second that guy was in midair. I was like, oh shit, it's coming. Where's the loot? I saw some loot here earlier. Did it disappear already? No, it's still there. Body blocking the loot. No! Fuck! Oh man. I almost broke that crystal. Come here. he's gonna wallbang. Nice. Gonna heal him up again. I can do some pretty insane burst damage. Whoa. I need to stop fighting him over there. There's environmental traps over here. That I can use. Man, he was just there. So close. I got greedy. There's another one over here. Whoa. I think this is the one, right? Yeah, it should be this one. Oops. A cool potion. Oops. Took too long scrolling. Thank. Alright, Alright, that's enough Monster Hunter. I'm gonna get to. I think I do some sculpting now. Get some work done. Capture them both. Good work. Master rank increase, nice. Okay, 181. It's gonna be a lot of missions to get to 200. But I guess we can just keep playing some Monster Hunter on the stream. Getting a bit tired of the other games I've been playing. I don't know why it's continuously auto-saving, but let's go restart ZBrush. Oh, I know why. Let's go turn off auto hotkey. That's probably why.
Star Wars Outlaws has had a bit of a rocky launch. Sales are soft. Review scores are pretty soft with a Metacritic around 76. It hasn't gone over as well as I'm sure Ubisoft hoped, and now it looks like the creative director has changed the company. Let's talk about their plan going into the holiday season, because that's when they said they're going to do their big push, and what we see happening with Star Wars Outlaws in the near future. So long story short, Star Wars Outlaws, in my mind, it just didn't quite hit the mark in terms of grabbing players early on. I played the intro of the game, and you're introduced to this character and Nyx, and it didn't really grab you. And then they have this sort of clunky stealth section at the beginning of the game that a lot of people I saw didn't super enjoy. And the sales reflect that. The sales were rather soft on the game, and Ubisoft said it's softer than expected. Well, now it seems like they're making announcements about what they're going to change. So there's this development blog that they just posted. It's a dev update number 1, pushing into hyperdrive. And they kind of buried the lead on this, because right at the top it says, to speak more on this topic is Drew Reckner, who has recently taken the helm of Star Wars Outlaws as creative director. Okay, well, that's pretty substantial, because Julian Garrity of Division fame had previously been in that position. What happened to Julian? So digging into it a little bit, we can actually find this old blog post from September 2023, where we actually found out there's a lot of focus on Division 3. After joining the team at Massive Entertainment, a Ubisoft studio, and shipping the original in 2016, he moved to Tom Clancy's The Division 2 as creative director, where he and his team crafted a new adventure in the summertime streets of Washington, D.C. Now he's setting his sights on Tom Clancy's The Division 3, as well as the plethora of other projects set in the Division universe, including the mobile game Tom Clancy's The Division Resurgence and the survival action shooter Tom Clancy's The Division Heartland. That is via a Ubisoft blog post. Here's the thing about that. I believe one of those Division titles were canceled. I am a huge Division fan. I actually played the mobile version. I don't believe I got to play Heartland. I either played Heartland or the other one. I liked the mobile version. It was actually pretty solid. It was basically Division 1. You can go see that gameplay over on IGN. And I like the Division franchise. I think Division 2 is great. I would be hyped to play a Division 3. I think it's a great call. Division Warlords of New York was a really good DLC that reinvigorated the fan base, so to speak. But what does that mean for Star Wars Outlaws when they're making this change? Well, let's continue the quote here. It's the wrong one. I'm very excited to be stepping into the role of creative director on Star Wars Outlaws, and to be working with the incredibly passionate team here at Massive Entertainment, along with our talented co-development studios around the world and Lucasfilm Games. I would like to personally thank you, our community, for your positive response to the game. We see and love all the fan arts, comments, and videos you've created around the game, and it continues to provide joy and inspiration to the team. We truly hope you're enjoying your journey across the Outer Rim with Kay and Nyx thus far. I seriously forgot her name was Kay for a second. I didn't play it that long, to be fair. It was like an hour. But long story short, I hear them, they're talking about how much they appreciate their community, just like I appreciate you when you hit that subscribe button, hit that bell, or hit that like button so that this video gets shared in the algorithm. Thanks for watching so far. In all seriousness, though, they kind of get into it here. I also want to take the time to say that we hear not only your positive feedback, but your constructive feedback as well. Thank you for sharing with us and helping us make the game even better. Today, I want to share with you the next priority areas we are looking to address to ensure that Star Wars Outlaws is the best experience possible for you. Okay, here's the thing about this whole big dev update. They go on to talk about, how they're working on the game, they're addressing bugs, they're going to change some of the combat sections and things like that. Even after all of that, which is going to hit on November 21st, I don't see this game coming to Steam and having some massive influx of buyers. Now, granted, Black Friday will traditionally move game copies, but the Metacritic is out there. The game is 76. Like, even the critics are sort of like, it's okay. It's good, I guess. Some people liked it more than others, but if that's the consensus from critics, and then on the internet it's been widely panned for lack of a better term, like they think the character models don't look good. They think that the combat is super clunky, lots of bugs. There were deleted saves at the people who spent the extra money had their saves deleted. It's been one of the least polished launches I think I've seen in the industry from the AAA space in a while. And I am glad that they delayed Assassin's Creed Shadows, because if they had the same issues they had with Outlaws, it would have been just a bad look for Ubisoft, which is going through like development strikes right now and stuff. Here's what they said in the Games Radar interview not that long ago. They said, "I'm a little disappointed with the Metacritic, of course. Recognition from press and critics is very important to us, but players are really connecting with what we did. We had a very ambitious target. We literally reached for the stars, and I think we were successful from so many different angles. There's a magical, unique experience within Outlaws, whether it's Star Wars or not." I don't think players really did connect in the way that they had hoped, honestly, because if they had, the sales would not have been soft by Ubisoft's own metrics. I can appreciate that these are people that spent like 7 years of their life working on the game, but when you miss the target, you need to sit back, reflect on what went wrong, and hopefully don't make that mistake on the next 7-year long project. It's unfortunate that we're seeing this happen all too often right now in the space. Here's what they said about working on the game. "I'm still working on it." Game director Matthias Carlson is still working on it. "We're pushing a lot of improvements, not just on the base game, but it's things that we're going to deliver later this year and next with the downloadable episodes we're creating. They are heavily themed, pushing a certain aspect of the game that we have even further. I'm still working on it. Matthias is still working on it. We're pushing a lot of improvements. We just don't want to let it go. They're going to have to kick us out the door." Well, Julian is gone. So Julian is, as far as we know, on Division 3. There's strikes going on at Ubisoft. I think there's a problem with Ubisoft corporate making this mandate for them to make a game that lives in perpetuity. Everybody's got their hand caught in the cookie jar. Suicide Squad got caught with their hand in the cookie jar with the looter shooter genre from a studio that makes acclaimed first-person games. Hogwarts Legacy from WB came out earlier in the year. It made $1 billion. And they're like, well, we don't want $1 billion. We want $1 trillion. And unfortunately, well, I wouldn't even say unfortunately. I would say thankfully, a lot of these AAA studios are realizing that's not really a sustainable model. We've tried our $200, $300 million bets and they aren't working. Dragon Age Veilguard, which just came out recently, was, according to a report from Schreier, retooled from like one of those always online experiences where you're constantly leveling up your character into a single player experience. And it was the right move. And, you know, my opinion on that game is that it looks like sales are going to be not as crazy lofty as expected, but I do think it will wind up being profitable for the company long term. That's not going to happen in the first week, though, which I'm sure is what BioWare and EA would have liked. And the internet seems to think it's really, really not doing well. And it's another example of they had to retool Dragon Age Veilguard from the ground up, basically, to make it a single-player experience versus one of those always online experiences. Unfortunately, Star Wars did not have that same luxury. I am glad they're working on Division, though, because I love the Division. Here's what Ubisoft earnings said. Despite solid ratings, Metacritic 76, and user scores across the first-party and Epic stores, 3.9 out of 5. That's not particularly good. A 3.9 from user scores? Anyway, that reflect an immersive and authentic Star Wars universe. Star Wars Outlaws initial sales proved softer than expected. In response to player feedback, Ubisoft's development teams are currently fully mobilized to swiftly implement a series of updates to polish and improve the player experience in order to engage a large audience during the holiday season to position Star Wars Outlaws as a strong long-term performer. Look, I appreciate everybody who are out there making these games, spending 7 years of your lives. But just like I said with Concord, there's not really a situation where Star Wars Outlaws comes to Steam and somehow it makes $300 million. Like, that's just not going to happen. And I think it's important to be realistic about your expectations here. Ubisoft is trying to talk nice to their investors who are basically saying, we don't think you have what it takes anymore to be releasing these games. Based on the last few sales numbers being quite soft, and placing bets on things like X Defiant that started strong, and then, obviously tapered off, or Skull and Bones, which kind of just came and went, in my opinion. I don't know how that game's been doing. It's not doing great, but it is holding a stronger concurrent than I expected last time I looked. And I think investors are just kind of like, what's the play in here, Ubisoft? Like, we know that Star Wars Outlaws coming out in November during Black Friday isn't going to do gangbusters. Wait a minute. This is an old quote. Please disregard that quote. Anyway, yeah, that's the story in a nutshell. They're talking about all these changes that they're going to make, and you can expect to see more details about how we will be.
What do you mean, when did I become white? I thought Asians were white people now. Didn't we get like the privilege of becoming white? We're basically you now.
Celebrating and embracing player choice more than ever before, whether it's sneaking through encounters,
We put the cock in Caucasian.
Blasters blazing, or everything in between. We will provide more specific details about the changes to these areas and more in the upcoming weeks as we provide further updates to you. Here's the thing. That's from the dev blog, by the way. They know that players probably hit that introductory
Those are Italians.
section, and then they uninstalled the game. I hit that stealth section, and
you can't tell, but I'm moving my hands a lot right now.
I'm not a Star Wars fanatic. Like, I like Star Wars games, but there's so much else right now that I could be playing. I would rather go play right now.
I'm tired of listening to music, so I'm gonna listen to
play Call of Duty. I can go play Metaphor. I can go
content
play more
creators
Veilguard if
talk
if
about
playing Dragon Age
the
Veilguard or
games
any
industry.
of the games on the list. Like, what's on my most played list recently? Let's just take a look. Halo just did a third-person update. Got the Horizon remaster. Strangely enough, the Red Dead Redemption game on PC, that's a lot of fun to play. You still got Destiny. And there is a problem just in the industry generally with a competition for screen time. There's constantly a new cool thing that us gamers want to play. And I do worry, well, worry is not the right word. I do think that Star Wars Outlaws is just going to have a really hard time breaking through in November of all times, when everybody else is going to have the same strategy. You don't think Dragon Age the Veilguard is going to do a big push for that window? You don't think Call of Duty Black Ops is going to do like double XP weekends and $5 off of your game? All of these franchises are going to make the same play you are. So again, you're going into a very thick market. They know they made the mistake of not releasing on Steam day one. I don't think these development changes are going to move the needle as much as they need to push this game into the kind of margin that it needs to be for Ubisoft to see success. And time will tell. Let me know what you think. Hit that subscribe button, hit that bell to know when my content goes live. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much to the members. I have to update this. Aries, a viewer of my live streams, just gifted a whole ton of members, so it probably needs to be updated at this point. But if you want to support this channel, you can do so by clicking that join button to see more videos like this one. Thank you so much, everybody. Check out my video yesterday, and I'll see you for the next one.
Crush that like button. Crushing it. I don't think there's anything else to watch. I need more content creators to tell me how terrible my industry is. It gives me motivation. Hmm.
Fellas, today we're going to be talking about Destiny Rising. This is not Destiny 2. This is essentially the mobile version of Destiny. But not just the mobile version of Destiny. It's a mobile version of Destiny set in an alternate timeline, which means many things here are not going to be canon. It's got a cast of heroes that you will be able to play as. Many of them that are familiar to us, even in the lore. Guys like Radagast are present here. You even see Drifter. Ikora's around, and yes, she's got hair. But I need to stress that this is an alternate timeline. This is not canon. Now, this is also
Really?
a prequel,
If I say
you will,
subscribe,
set before
subscribe.
Destiny 1, back in the time
Did that
of
work?
Warlords. Now, let me just say right out the gate that this game is much bigger and much better than I expected. I'm not a fan of mobile games. I don't play mobile games. Matter of fact, I was struggling last week to get this game to work because I have an iPad from 2019, which was obviously not good enough to play this game. Look at these graphics, fellas. Looking like GameCube out here. Luckily, it does work with BlueStacks, though. And also, luckily, NetEase was okay with us using BlueStacks, which is essentially an emulator on PC that allows you to play mobile games. Now, at the same time, I've seen new phones playing this game, and it looks a lot better than what it looked like on my iPad. Now, with all that being said, this
think it
game
works on
was made
streams.
first
Same.
and foremost for mobile, and within that vein, made for mobile gamers. The more I play this game, even though, yes, it is Destiny 2, you've got the same PvP maps, and yes, this game has PvP.
Is
You've
this
got
Destiny
weapons
Immortal?
with identical gun models from Destiny 2. You've got characters and abilities. Even Caber here, you could see his ability is quite literally the Aegis relic from Vault of Glass, which makes sense lore-wise considering, well, you know what happens to him. Meets a terrible end and ends up becoming a shield. When playing Destiny Rising, though, I see so many nods at Destiny and Destiny's lore, but I definitely see a deviation here where Destiny Rising is its own game. And originally, I kind of came into this thinking that maybe there would be overlap. Maybe mobile players that pick up Destiny Rising for the first time might eventually become interested in Destiny 2. And I'm not saying that that can't happen, but I also believe Destiny Rising is so much
That sounds like
different
too much
than
work for
Destiny
us to-
2 that if it was a new player coming into Destiny Rising, I'm almost certain they're probably just going to keep playing Destiny Rising because everything from the top down is different about this game. You don't have customizable classes. You have set heroes that you can play as with set weapons for those heroes. Meaning if you're playing Ikora, you can only use grenade launchers and rocket launchers. And the same goes for all the other different characters. You have set abilities. There is no customizable subclasses here. Yes, you can upgrade those abilities and make them stronger, but it's not like the customization that we have inside of Destiny 2, especially now in Destiny 2 with our fragment and aspect system. Now, there are tons of weapons and especially exotics that are present inside of Destiny Rising that are pulled directly from both Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. Many of the perks also are perks from Destiny 1 and Destiny 2, and some of them even go a step further. No lie, some of these perks are crazy. I've got a perk on a grenade launcher that the very first shot of the GL shoots out multiple GL shots. I've only been able to lock down one exotic, but it's an exotic grenade launcher, and yes, it puts out. And the abilities on all the characters are really cool IP defining abilities. Like truly. So cool, in fact, that fellas, no lie, it hurts my soul that this is a mobile game first. I'm not saying that I haven't had fun with it, but in that same vein of being a mobile game is its monetization. This is my only real main complaint with this game. Yes, even despite some of the issues with the graphics, the obvious AI voice acting,
When I was in there, I sensed their leader's power.
the extremely
AI
limited
voice
content
acting,
killed
oh
inside of
shit.
PvP, pretty much on demand, supers, abilities, and heavy there. It's the monetization that I'm so concerned about. And if you're a mobile gamer, you're already okay with this. But
If
as
I
a
can
PC
generate
and
money
console
using
gamer, I
AI.
just don't like.
Like, imagine if I just like told AI to give me money, and then I can give it towards this game. I'll give them AI
non-consistence.
money
And
for
yes,
their AI
guys,
voice
that is
acting.
very much present here in Destiny Rising. Pretty much that entire video MTash made that we reacted to a few weeks ago about what to expect with Destiny Rising came true. Every aspect within its monetization, to character progression, to being met with those walls, has been purposely placed here to eventually push us to spend some money. You want to get the most out of that activity? Well, you're going to need a resource to get the most loot out of that activity. And that is either given to you on a day-to-day basis, or of course, eventually you can buy them. Now, we don't know the conversion rates. I don't really know exactly how much 10 pulls are going to cost because this isn't present in the game right now. But if you have played Genshin Impact in the past, this is almost identical, if not completely identical to Genshin Impact. From the artifacts that are present in the game to getting those multiple upgrades, to going for pulls, to doing your dailies, there is a way to play this game where you don't have to spend money, but you are going to be met with wall after wall after wall. That's going to
Sounds
say,
like
hey,
fun.
you could keep playing. You could keep grinding if you spent a little more money, which is why I jokingly said that I would hide my wallet if I played these games. The reality is I am unfit to play gacha system games. I'm impatient. I like a game that says, hey, grind me all you want, give up your life, abandon thy family. But the problem with gacha games is it says, hey, you don't have to abandon your family. No, go have dinner with them, spend time with them, love them. Just break out thy wallet. A couple $100 here, there. Next thing you know it, your whole mortgage is gone. But you got a 5-star Shaxx. And believe me, fellas, that literally is a reality of these games. They're scary, man. I honestly wish the monetization was more in line with something like The First Descendant. The First Descendant, we've given out some complaints before about its monetization, but everything is earnable and grindable. Kind of like Warframe. And I'm not saying that those games set the bar when it comes to monetization. I'm just saying in comparison to gacha, the monetization in those games are so much better. And what it really comes down for something like Destiny Rising is, can you stomach it? Are you okay with a system like this? I think for me personally, this game has so much to offer. It's got so many different game modes. There's literally this like Trials of the Nine game mode with roguelike mechanics. There's strikes, there's PvP, there's PvPvE. Fellas, there's even a clan base. There are so many things here that NetEase has put into this game that I've been asking for inside of Destiny for so long. Even Haven itself, which is the social area, similar to like the tower inside of Destiny 2, is arguably better than both the Destiny 2 tower and the Destiny 1 tower. This is such a fun social area. You know, when we talk about like MMO aspects, I would argue and say that people have felt more connected playing Destiny Rising than they have playing Destiny 2. And that's because Destiny 2, even though it's added things like Fireteam Finder, which by the way is present literally inside of Destiny Rising, has not really invested in the MMO aspects of the game. Those social aspects, the feeling that you're playing a massive multiplayer game, I would argue and say it felt more present in this alpha playing Destiny Rising. Dude, whenever I found out that we can get something called a Wolf Den, which is our clan area, and we have the ability to get multiple upgrades, multiple things to add to that social area, not just for cosmetic looks, by the way. It even goes further than that. There's like this Bitcoin farming thing here that you could set up and energize, and everyone can give upgrades to it. And as it sits there and keeps farming up these coins, you can use those coins to purchase things. And as we get more and more things for our clan hub and more upgrades, things will drastically start to look different here. And I have been begging Bungie for this inside of Destiny 2. It's things like this that rounds out the MMO side of a game. Bungie is the one that came out and said, hey, we're an MMO. They're the ones that attach themselves to that acronym. The problem is Destiny Rising, a mobile game, arguably has more social features than Destiny 2. I couldn't believe that it has Fireteam Finder. Like truly, couldn't believe it. It's got a world chat where everybody can sit there and chat it up. And even the patrol areas felt like there was just so many players running around. It's an area in which I didn't think a mobile game would excel at. And perhaps I'm just very naive and just not familiar with mobile games enough. Perhaps this is something that every other mobile game has, but it's new for me. Again, originally when I heard about Destiny Rising, I literally thought it was going to be Raid Shadow Legends. I thought you were going to set out a squad, you were going to hit the AFK tab, and your squad would just run in, kill things in a dungeon or something, and that would be it. I was not expecting this game to literally be a shooter, and a good shooter, present on mobile devices. I was not expecting it to have as many social features that it has. I was not expecting it to
I would
have
hate
as
playing a
many
shooter on a
activities that it
mobile,
has,
on a
which,
phone.
by the way,
Imagine
are
playing a
extremely
shooter on a
challenging.
phone.
The
Oh,
9
jeez.
activity,
Why
Hunger,
would
it
you
put
want to do
the
that to
hurt on
yourself?
it. And yes, if you don't have the right champions to tackle these activities with the right set of weapons or the right elemental type, you
Mobile
will
is
get
for like
messed up.
puzzle
Again,
games.
The biggest drawback to this
Or
entire
like
game is the
reading a
gacha
book.
system. And I know there's going to be a number of you in the comments that say, Cross, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You'll get your free pulls. You'll be okay. Listen, for healthy individuals who can control themselves,
AFK,
gacha is
AFK
fine. For myself,
games.
who has no self-control and extremely impatient, gacha's a nightmare. And I know I will well out if I play these kind of games because I want that dopamine hit. Yes, you will get that dopamine hit when a 5-star character drops on you. And let me just say, I've never done crack, but I would say getting Diluc inside of Genshin Impact is probably pretty close to that. It did things to me. And no lie, it was such a scary experience to me that I had to step away. I had to be like, look, I can't play these games. I don't have the ability to combat this. What's scary is that Destiny Rising is genuinely a good game. It genuinely has great activities. The gunplay on it is pretty solid. Definitely not on the level of like Destiny 2, but good enough, especially considering you can just hook a controller up straight to your phone. And the lineup of champions, as well as weaponry you could choose from, with like a splash of lore, even if it is in an alternate timeline, it's still going to be something that's going to interest Destiny players. I think the biggest thing that Destiny Rising has outlined for me is just how hungry Destiny players are. Dude, the Destiny community, who has been a PC console community now for years, has flocked to this game over the past 3-4 days because they are hungry for something new from Bungie. And look, I'm saying this as someone who plays Destiny 2 almost every day, and I like D2, but I have to step back and just analyze the community as a whole. And when I see them diving into this game, almost like it's a Destiny 3, it makes me sit back and ask, hot damn, this community really just wants more Destiny. Maybe not Destiny 2, but they want more Destiny, whether that be D3 or Destiny Payback, or even Destiny 2 dropping the 2 and being like Destiny Forever. Now you have a bunch of players that are willing to grind a gotcha game. And I'm not saying that Destiny Rising isn't a good game, but there are going to be a ton of people that are going to play this game and play it regularly. And there's going to be overlap from the D2 community into this game. And they're going to play it because it is something new. And I'm not saying that Bungie isn't going to make money on this. If you care about that, if you're like, yo, won't this mean that Bungie makes more money and that means more stuff for Destiny 2? Maybe it does. And it really just kind of comes down to whatever the contract agreement is between Bungie and NetEase. Is NetEase just paying for a license here? Are there any royalty kickbacks? I can't help but wish Bungie themselves, though, made this game. And I'm not saying that NetEase didn't do a good job on it, but we know like NetEase and their history with monetization. I think this game would have had a hell of a splash while simultaneously sitting well with folks if it had a fairer monetization system. And the whole this is set in an alternate timeline is essentially there because it shifts the liability away from Bungie and away from NetEase to go into whatever direction they want to go into lore-wise. They don't have to adhere to anything. And I will say there's probably going to be some very cool aspects about Destiny Rising's lore that's going to be cool. I mean, hell, we got to see the Sentinels. They look cool as hell. These big giant robots roaming around, literally swatting away fallen ships. But I can't help but wish Bungie themselves made this game. They made it canon, while also taking this experience to both consoles, PCs, and maybe even mobile. Overall, what I will say is that Destiny Rising has gone above and beyond what I expected as a mobile game. Now, for me personally, I probably won't be playing this game as a main game. I will dabble in it from time to time. I will enjoy it, but gacha systems and me just don't mix, fellas. I wish I was stronger. I'm just not. I'm not fit to play those kind of games. I do like the cast of heroes we get to play as. Yes, the voice acting could definitely be a lot better. The AI they literally use sounds nothing like the original VA, almost to the point where it's comical. And I would say the story itself in the game isn't anything crazy. I wasn't like, oh my god, this is on Witch Queen's level. But at the same time, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting Final Shape quality. I was expecting a mobile game, and like not even a good mobile game. And what you're getting out of Destiny Rising is genuinely a great mobile game. It just has a very dangerous monetization system that I personally have to distance myself from. I'll probably hit my dailies, do those kind of things, get my checklist done here and there, but that's probably going to be the extent of my experience with Destiny Rising, and not as a main game. Now, will Destiny Rising have raids in the future? Maybe. Hell, they got a lot of different activities that I wasn't expecting even right now. And if they do end up doing raids, that's going to be wild. The question is, what are going to be the requirements from LFG for those raids? I can see it right now. All mythic weapons, know what you're doing, have 5-star characters only, all elemental types. And when you see posts like that, man, it's going to be such a hard paywall to have all those things. But if there is one thing that Bungie themselves could take away from Destiny Rising, is just how hungry Destiny players really are. We have been asking for a new rarity, that being mythic or whatever else. We've been asking for more social features in the game. The fact that we have this roguelike activity that gets progressively harder wave after wave, similar like the Coil, but this activity is definitely designed to be a long-term.
I feel so bad for Cross.
There's so much here that Bungie themselves can honestly take away from. And no lie,
They haven't done anything with the PvP in Destiny 2 since I left in 2017.
Bungie owns this
It's literally the same game
will they draw
for like a decade.
inspiration from what they see out of this mobile game and place those features within Destiny itself? We'll see, guys. For the time being, though, if you're enjoying Destiny Rising, I'm glad you are. I will say I'm erring on the side of caution because I don't know the conversion rate for its monetization. Yes, you do get a lot of pulls right now, but this is the alpha. Understand, guys, NetEase is putting their best foot forward right now. And I'm not saying they're going to rug pull us and suddenly we're all having to drop hundreds, if not thousands of dollars when this game finally launches. I do applaud them for doing an alpha this long. We literally have the alpha going on for the next 30 days. And yes, we've got some codes to still give away. You can come by our stream. We're going to be doing some code giveaways throughout the week. However, I am still remaining cautious with this monetization. And that's just because gacha games and me have just never mixed well. However, what NetEase and Destiny Rising has pulled off is essentially making a looter shooter with a host of champions that are very desirable, very much coveted. Like, I want these 5-star characters, even the 4-star characters. They have made this system possible, completely present on mobile devices. If they were to roll this over and somehow bring this game to console and bring this game to PC and gave it a little more polish, this game could be a serious threat. I would say right now, though, currently, it's a serious threat to mobile games. I have not seen a mobile game pull off what Destiny Rising has pulled off. It's got some hiccups, definitely needs a little more polish, but if there was a way for them to bring this game to consoles and PC without the need for something like an emulator, like literally give it native support and then a facelift across the board, this game could be a serious contender. Again, though, I don't really see that happening. I've been in direct contact with the folks over at NetEase, and the focus is more on mobile. And I'm extremely green in this area, fellas. I don't even know how big the mobile market even is. I do know years ago when we used to sit in for the earning calls for Activision, they would talk about the numbers they were pulling off for this game and that game. They would bring up Call of Duty, they'd bring up Blizzard, but then the most staggering number every time, and it blew me away, was the numbers that damn Candy Crush would pull off. It's crazy, fellas. I don't know who the hell is spending this much money on Candy Crush, but what that really outlines is just how big the mobile market is. And what's sad is I literally care nothing about mobile games. Destiny Rising may be the first one I actually kind of care about, and that's just because it's Destiny. But with it not having native support for PC, and with it being a gacha game, that's where I'm really pumping the brakes, man. So guys, that was my experience with Destiny Rising over the past weekend. Let me know in the comments below what you think. For the time being, I hope Bungie is analyzing this and realizing just how hungry their community is. They see the features that are present inside of Destiny Rising that wasn't even present inside of Destiny 2. And the question I think that needs to be talked about is why? Why aren't these features present within Destiny? Why did it take so long to get Fireteam Finder when Fireteam Finder is literally present here in Destiny Rising? And I know it has some jankiness. The point is that it's present there, and it'll be completely operational when the game launches. And the fact that we have social areas that rival that of the tower, we've got clan hubs that aren't even present inside of Destiny. I can't help but ask why these features aren't already present inside of Destiny 2. So guys, that is my thoughts. Let me know in the comments below what you think. Fellas and ladies, thank you all for coming and watching. And as always,
slap that like button like your mama told you right.
Ugh. I can watch my own stream. There you go. I can watch myself. That'll be great. Ugh. Oh shit, I can hear myself. I don't want to hear that. That's cringe.
Is he got a prop?
No. I think it's his pet. Is this dog?
It's a prop.
Oh,
Was that an earthquake?
Oh no! Oh no! Just add it to the pile.
Just San Fran things?
God. You want to check real quick?
Yes, it was.
It was an
Shit.
earthquake.
It was. Yes.
Oh my god.
That was a very, very small one. Bay Area 3.2.
Oh my god, that is so wild.
Isn't 3.2 big? What the fuck?
Yeah, 3.2 is small.
Earthquake scales are weird.
Oh, no,
so-
no,
How long
no,
did it
wait.
last for?
Wait. Yeah, it is the 29th. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Earthquake scales are on an exponential scale, so anything under a 5 is usually pretty fine.
Yep. All right. Well,
Jesus.
it was
Wow.
like I barely felt anything. It was like a
I used to
What a
live in
way
the
to
Bay
start
Area.
That's a really good
our
way to start.
Dragon Age discussion block.
Yeah, we should do it.
Yeah.
We
It's
should do
the
it from now.
game that's shaken the internet. It's Dragon Age.
First of all, are you okay?
yes. Like genuinely nothing wobbled. I just felt a bit. I was either like I'm gonna faint or that was an earthquake.
Okay.
Well, I don't know,
Well,
it was good.
sort of glad it was the latter, right? In a way.
Yeah.
So long as nobody else got hurt, just as a
Wow.
disclaimer, it's all fine.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we are gathered here today to talk about Dragon Age: The Veilguard. There's a lot of opinions out there online, but I want to be told what to think by 3 people I know and respect. So that's what we're doing here today, because I haven't really played it. So we wanted to have a good discussion. I'm just going to kind of be the moderator. Paul, thank you for being here. I would love to just off the top just get your top level thoughts, because I didn't read your piece. I'm sorry.
No worries. I liked the game. I would say I liked it the average amount, because I gave it
I
an
wonder when they're
8.5,
doing
it's got a
Fireside
184
Chat again.
Metascore, so I don't know. That aligns
Destiny
pretty well.
2 Fireside.
I am not.
Fire
I always
Squad
say this up front.
chat.
I'm not a Dragon Age person, and if everyone wants to, write off my opinion, I totally understand that. This is just not a series I've really vibed with, even though I love Mass Effect. So coming into it, I don't want to front like I'm some big Dragon Age person. Reviewing it how it is, I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed my time with it, despite some pretty glaring flaws here and there. 65 hours, 80% completion. Roll credits. I really tried to put it through its paces, and ultimately, yeah, I did come out liking it quite a bit.
Lucy, what about you? You're still playing through it currently?
Yes, I'm at the end of about Act 1. I think I'm about 20 hours in. I've been traveling a lot, as always.
Sure.
And I mean, yeah, I'm mixed on it, because I think top line, like Paul said, there are definitely some glaring things. When I played the preview build, and also for disclosure's sake and for disclaimer's sake, I mentioned this last time I talked about Dragon Age. I'm in a video where I play the character creator that's on GameSpot fandom, and it's brought to you by Dragon Age, so you can take my opinion with a grain of salt. I'm in that video because I'm a big Dragon Age fan, and I just played the character creator. So there you go. I am on the fence about it. There are some things I really, really like, and there are some parts of the gameplay loop where I feel as if I'm really getting into it and I am really pushing forward. But I think those moments, at least in the first 20 hours, are fewer and further between than I would like. And there are also some writing issues that I am not a fan of, I don't think work for me. The big thing, weirdly, my biggest bugbear is about the loot economy, which we can definitely get to. It's actually very frustrating for me because it's actually changed how I interact and interface with the game itself. But in terms of good stuff, there are lore things, there are character moments that I will definitely remember. I do, especially because I replayed Inquisition fairly recently. I played like a good few hours, like a big chunk of that game. I was like, God, holding right trigger the game. I am enjoying the combat a lot more. I think it's beautiful. I think those environments are stunning. It runs exceptionally well. So I'm very, very mixed about it. It's not the, oh my God, I'm playing Mass Effect 3 and I know this is a masterpiece kind of feeling, but I'm not devastated by it. I'm not like completely disappointed by it. It is just like family on the fence.
Sure.
Well, Ralph, you are the one who was, I guess,
Yeah.
for
Hey
lack of
Ralph,
a
I
better
haven't
word,
heard anything about how you feel
devastated.
about it.
Yeah, so you're the one. You're the not the contrarian. I
know
guess
what you mean,
sort
I
of
know
the
what you mean.
contrarian with this.
Yeah,
You're,
I mean,
you're not really into
realistically,
it.
yeah.
So,
and I feel like
is
I
there
feel
like a one what's the one big thing if you could sum it all to like one big thing that disappointed
yeah, I think the one big thing to me is that I just feel as though it's an incredibly surface level video game. I don't think any one of its not a single component is deep or particularly like well thought out or rewarding. I just think it's all. I think it really apes those superficial elements of a BioWare game where it's like we need to have some choice, and you do have choices, but like 90% of the time they don't mean anything. Do you know what I mean? They're just like choosing between this thing or that thing, but it doesn't really matter. And you know, it's got like romances, but again, like it's, you know, you just sort of click the heart button, and then when you do make a choice, it doesn't really mean anything. Again, you can't like change your mind, and other characters do not react to that choice and get jealous or anything like that. I think, you know, the companion quest lines are so isolated from the rest of the game, no effort made to sort of unify them within that main quest. I think the combat is extremely basic. Like it presents really flashy, but when you spend prolonged amounts of time with it, it's just so mindless. It really is. The inability to your teammates don't even have health bars. Do you know what I mean? Like you use one of their abilities and they all go on cooldown. You only want to use the same one or two abilities on them all the time because the private detonator system, it doesn't even feel any different when you have one companion in your party versus the other. Functionally, it feels identical to be playing alongside Tarsh as it does to be playing alongside, you know, Lucanus or whatever. You don't even notice who's in your party. I forget sometimes who am I fighting alongside because it doesn't matter. So all of those things in aggregate made this a very frustrating game for me because I just felt like it was doing the absolute bare minimum for what it was gesturing toward.
Where is the, you know, for you guys who are enjoying it, where is some of that BioWare flair? Is that a thing, or does this feel like just a great game by a completely different group of people?
I would say there is a good amount of BioWare in here, even if some of it can kind of come across as an imitation of BioWare. One thing I think they've done is really kind of triple down on companion stuff. And there are aspects that aren't as deep, but I'm not kidding when I think like 60-70% of this game is some form of companion related quest. Like in Mass Effect, you might have like a hangout session and then a big mission to resolve their thing, and then they're loyal. There's like 5 or 6 missions in each quest line and like 4 or 5 hangouts, to the point of like maybe it's a little excessive at times. But what that does, and then these kind of like interim conversations back at base where you like walk in on 2 people talking, it really, over time, it took a while, I would say, for this to happen. It does feel like they have, you know, genuinely assembled the team dynamic that clearly they were going for, and maybe they're, you know, pushing that a little hard, but it worked. I think it fundamentally worked for me, and characters that I was sort of unsure about at the beginning did end up being people I really cared about and cared about their fates and stuff by the end of that. My romantic quest line, I would say, did not go the way I was hoping. I wanted, like Ralph said, I wanted to change my mind, but it was too late, and now I got to do a whole new playthrough. But you know, that's that's how these games go.
I wanted to ask, there is something about the romances, because I am not there yet. I mean, I've
what? How did I
zeroed in
move
on
the
Lucanus,
fucking?
and he kind of has earned the. He is not Garrus Vicarian. No one is Garrus Vicarian. But like Garrus would always get a slot in my party wherever I'm going. Like, that is my default now in Dragon Age's Lucanus. They made a whole thing about like if you don't date any of them, date each other. Did that happen to either of you? Okay.
Yes.
That's
cool. So what happened? This was kind of a funny dynamic where so I was romancing Bellara, and you know, you flirt with everyone just to see you know, where things go.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Like, I don't know. Belara's kind of getting on my nerves a bit. So, but I really enjoyed spending time with Nev. And then I'm like, okay, well, next heart conversation, I'm really gonna, like, you know, try to pursue Nev. And then I'm not gonna get into spoilers, but other party members start expressing their interest in these people. And then there was another love interest. I was, you know, I'm like, okay, maybe them too. And then another party member's like, you know, I think so-and-so would be, you know. And so by the end, there were 2 other couples within my party that was like some sort of romantic relationship, which is I think an interesting dynamic, but it made me stop my potential pursuit of of Nev because I was like, well, I don't want to be a dick, so I'm just I'll let her go. Maybe next playthrough. But yes, that is something that happens, which I thought was actually kind of neat.
You got cock
But also
blocked
just
by
thinking
an
about that, like,
NPC.
all it is just like a conversation where it's like, oh, I think you guys like it. I think you guys like each other. Have fun with that, and that's all it is.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, that's it. So again, I think it's another example of what I'm talking about, where it's like, yeah, there's a cutscene where two people express some interest in each other, but does that manifest itself in any other way?
It's not.
It did in a few ways. There was some dialogue about that after the fact, and if something
Really?
like perilous is happening
Wait.
to someone, another person would express some concern. I mean, not a ton, but
Okay,
there were some lines in there.
I never got any of that sort of stuff when I had that sort of same thing manifest for me. So maybe there's more of that. Or you're saying there is more than that appears
Somewhere.
yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
I was gonna say it's not walking in on Garrison Tally in the engine room in Mass Effect.
It's not that.
Does the game have like, as you guys playing it, reviewing it before it's out, do you foresee people who like Dragon Age like attaching to a character? Like, is there an Astarion or is there a Garrus or like something like that for this in the discourse that you or is going to be in the discourse?
I mean, I could offer my. I mean, yeah, Lucy, what do you think? Because I know you're really into
Dragon
Lucanus,
Age
for
person.
example, and that's like a good.
And also,
What do you think?
I mean, the thing is that like you could have asked me that question when I was playing Dragon Age Inquisition ahead of time, and I could not have told you that people would be so attached to Solus. Like,
Solus is low key hot, man.
I mean, yeah,
he's still the low key hottest person in this. Yeah, man, 100%. I still think he's the low key hottest person in this game as well, for real, man.
Okay, look,
100%. That's what I think. That's what I think.
No, but
I'm just saying
so
aloud.
I think all of them will find their own. Like, there will be ships happening. There will be so much fan art. Like, I don't see. I think it's very rare to have such a standout as a Garrus Vicarian or an Astarian. Hell, I don't even think Larian really expected Astarian to explode in popularity.
No way, as if you wouldn't.
I mean, you can always hope, but like,
please.
There's a lot of good characters though, so you never know which one's going to break out.
Well, I think that's an interesting thing because, just comparing the depth of a character like Astarian to, and I mean, Paul, you've done a full playthrough now. Like, do you think? Because we start talking about like writing quality and depth of characterization, and you obviously played through Baldur's Gate 3 as well, I assume.
Parts of it. I did 20 hours. And
okay.
It's an incredible game. I don't like turn-based combat.
Fair enough. Yeah,
I tried, but story stuff amazing, characters amazing, but I put 20 in.
Sure, fair. I think that the gulf between the depth of those characters, could not be more vast. I mean, you look at someone like Astarion, it's just his personal story, the delivery, that the performance of that actor, like the depth of the writing, the pain. Like, you go back and watch that scene at the end of his storyline, it's just, I just think it's a totally different league, and I'm sure there'll be some.
You can't do, like, obviously Baldur's Gate is essentially better in every way from a quality perspective. Like,
sure.
I get that people will make this comparison, but like in 1,000 out of 1,000 universes, Dragon Age Veilguard is not as good as Baldur's Gate. So even as someone who liked Veilguard, like, you're right, it does not compare in terms of the depth of characterization.
Yes.
That said, I think the original question, where will people attach to these characters, like, I think Lucy's right. And I think, not to speak for the core Dragon Age fans, which I'm not, but this does feel like a game where people will get attached to some of these characters, and not everyone, but people will pick favorites. I really liked the old necromancer guy. Like, I just thought he was always in my party. He was such a good character, because you're like, oh, a necromancer, like, he's going to be evil and whatever, but he's like this most charming, like,
he has Giles from
Alfred
Buffy.
Pennyworth guy.
Giles from Buffy energy.
Yes, exactly. So like, he was my favorite character and someone who will probably stick with me. But no one Astarion, no one on the level of Garrus. So can't say it goes that far, certainly.
I feel like, for me, the big thing I've just been wanting to know is, like, was it worth the wait? Because I feel like it felt like they were working on this game for so long. We know it had been kind of like restarted. So I don't maybe it's like the years shouldn't, like, my expectations shouldn't be lumped onto that, but like, Yeah, I mean, Ralph, I know you're like the harshest on this. So, Paul, do you feel, especially as someone who isn't a Dragon Age person but has heard about this game for years and years and years, are you playing it and you're like, wow, this is really the next big thing from them? Like they poured all this money and time into it.
I think it is a sign of improvement because, I mean, Inquisition was a decade ago, which seems insane. Like when you think it does not seem like a decade ago. And then since then, there's only been Mass Effect Andromeda and Anthem in terms of like their big, mainline releases. And I was just going back through the scores of those. Anthem had a 53. Like, man, like I knew Anthem was a bomb, but man, that's rough to see. And I think they're in the process of at least hoping they're turning things around. I do not think most people are going to come out of this and being like, classic BioWare's back. Like, they did it. They reversed the narrative. And I have seen some people say it's their best game since Mass Effect 2 or 3. That seems extreme to me. That's I don't think that's going to be the overall narrative. But in terms of like, was it worth the wait for Dragon Age fans specifically? That's probably not for me. But in terms of like where BioWare itself has come over the last decade, I think this is as much of a win as we were probably going to get. And it does not make me like unhopeful for Mass Effect now. I think I have to temper expectations for that too, because this is not old BioWare. It's just not going to be. So many people are gone. It's a new team. So if they can put out something that is at least this enjoyable, that will be a good start for me. If we're getting back into 9.5, 10 Mass Effect 2, 3 range, like that seems unlikely, but of course I would obviously love if that did happen.
Yeah, I mean, going from, to use Mass Effect again as an example, it's like it's one of those things where it's like you hear about why the development of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was so much easier, because those developers had just worked on this one game, Final Fantasy VII Remake, and then they went straight into same team, straight into Rebirth, and they knew that game, that world, how the machine it was going to play on worked. And talking to the director of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, he was like, it was actually really enjoyable to work on. I spoke to like Mac Walters a couple of years ago, and I was like, oh, I heard that the development of Mass Effect 2 and 3 was was pretty short turnaround, and he said like the same thing. It was like really like the team gelled, the team figured it out, they knew what they were doing, and so they were working towards that end goal. And obviously you can take the stuff about the ending and figure that out separately,
Sure.
but as a team working together and stuff, from what it sounds like, Dragon Age Veilguard, it's 10 years. You are not going to have those, and there were rumors that was going to be a completely different game, like live service, and taking the bricks of that and trying to put it into a different thing. And that's, I think, one of, maybe I'm speculating here, but I think the issues I have about the loot economy is that it feels live servicey, and that I don't care about it at all. I think it's so needlessly overwhelming, and the way that the reason I said it's ruined the way I interface and I interact with the game is because there's crafting, or like you just basically collect a bunch of shit that you sell to merchants that doesn't really matter. But you go into a room, and there will be gold pots around the room, tons of them. So your first instinct is to look at the floor and go around and collect every little pot. And then maybe there'll be a chest, and maybe that chest will have a slightly better crafting material. Then once you've completed an area or like done a puzzle or beat a very hard boss, then you'll get a bigger chest, and that will actually have the thing that you want in it. But because we are magpies drawn to every little thing that glows and oh, shiny, I must have it, I go into every place. And Dragon Age Veilguard is a beautiful game. I don't care so much for the character art or the character kind of art design, but the environments are stunning. And I really hate that every time I go into a room, I immediately just look at the floor, because that's what my eye is trained to do, and it's what I am trained to do as a player. And then I take that into a menu, and I'm like, well, no, I don't even take it into the menu, because I open the chest, I click back, and I compare. Is it green? Is it arrow up? Or is it is it red arrow down? If it's green arrow up, I immediately just swap it out. Like, I don't have any attachment to anything. And I think that's a real big shame. And I wonder if it is this vestigial thing left over from live service, because it feels like there are so many armor sets, so many
Sure.
weapons, and they're all beautiful. Like someone designed and made all of these. There are so many sets of casual wear. Like Commander Shepard had maybe what 10 if you had DLC.
Yeah, and then they were all just different color swaps.
Yeah, and like obviously in Inquisition there was a bunch of stuff too, but nothing really on the scale of this. And it just feels like, yeah, like again this Theseus's ship of a game of a developer. But that's
I can offer
yeah.
I can offer a counter to this, because
Yeah.
this is something I actually thought they did pretty well, and I got more and more into it in time. I agree with your magpie thing. I did sort of get tired of having to collect every little glittering thing on the ground, but I really did like what they did with loot in the end, because it's a looter in the sense that, like, okay, there's rarities and they go up over time, but all you're doing is essentially finding a dupe of whatever the thing is, piece of armor, a weapon, and the higher you go, you unlock a new perk every time you dupe it. And the reason there's so many in the end is because you can actually create some very fun builds based on like all these different play styles. And you know, Ralph is right in the sense that like combat itself can be repetitive, but I think once you really start leaning into a combination of both the skill tree and the gear, and like there's unique gear that does some like really insane things that you can just base an entire build around. I think that's where combat becomes more interesting, and when looting becomes interesting, because like, yeah, I don't care about the stuff on the ground, but you know, there's 140 of these chests around, and some are very easy to find. Some they will just give you. Some of them are actually pretty difficult when you get to some of the higher end hidden ones. So I always felt motivated to, you know, do these little puzzles, whether they're easy or hard, and either, you know, dupe stuff up to get more perks on my guy or my my companions. And by the end, I had like a really cool build that was cooking, and it felt good in a way that didn't feel like a loot grind. It just felt like I want you to explore this level and find all these chests, and then yes, you're not going to use 80% of the stuff, but since it's auto duped and it auto unlocks the perks, you can switch anytime.
My volume is a bit
Totally within
low.
and you can respec all of your perks instantly. So while enemy diversity
I'm
and
just
counter
not
diversity
talking.
is lacking somewhat, I thought they actually did a pretty good
thanks.
job with this like action style gameplay, which is very arcadey, and I know it's very unlike the series, but in terms of how loot plays into it, by the end I was actually pretty impressed with that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see how it gets going as I'm still playing, because yeah, I'm at level 20, you know, I can finally specialize my class and my character, and I'm just like, I don't want to be in menus, which is like, and I play a lot of RPGs. I'm in a lot of menus all the time, but yeah, I would rather just be. It kind of makes me feel like the stuff doesn't have as much value, at least at this point in the game, because I guess maybe I'm not. I have found like the occasional dupe and it's unlocked a certain perk or something, but then I go to the caretaker in the lighthouse and then I'm just like, well, I've upped the caretaker's thing and I can unlock this, and it's a
make sure well, you and everybody always go to all the vendors, because the way you can dupe a lot of your best items is just straight buying it from the reputation vendors. And so
I can
it's
boost
less
it a little
exploring
bit.
and like, oh, I just automatically made this thing better and unlocked this thing, and that once I learned that, it streamlined a lot of
Should
not
be better.
as many menus, just, you know, upgrade straight through that. So that was helpful, I thought.
How varied can you get with your builds? Like, I'm going in totally blind. I know it's like more of an action focused combat, but like, how distinct can you be as a character build?
So for example, my rogue, you know, they have a lot of like baseline necrosis skills, which is poison. And so I'm like, all right, I'm going to be dual poison blades guy, like not the most original thing, but this game drowns you in so many skill points that by the end I was like a bow and a half person also. And I found a unique set of armor where every time I aimed on sights, I slowed time. And so I'm like, well, I have to do bow stuff.
I
if
need
have
more
that.
RAM.
So
I think
it
I
was
have
a
some
combination of like, I
RAM.
could do distance, I could do close range. Then I found something that was, I think it's a unique
How much RAM do I have again?
ring or something, or maybe a legendary, where it converts any source of poison damage into fire damage. And you can now make a complete fire-based build on your
Never
poison,
lose access.
you know, rogue, and then you can pair that with Tosh, who's a max burning stack, you know, damage over time fire person. So if you and her stack up your fire skills, then you're just burning all these things down. Tasha's a specialization where she does more detonation damage to dragons. So take her to a dragon fight, do all this fire stuff. So it's certainly not the most advanced system ever. Like, there were not like crazily diverse builds, but I think they do a good enough job at making things interesting enough to experiment with. I wish combat was a little more diverse. I wish enemy encounters were a little more diverse. And by the end, I was so overpowered. It was like, what am I doing here? But I do think they do a pretty good job of that if you take the time.
I don't know where I
to
can find the RAM.
experiment with different builds and go out of your way to find all of your options, because like you kind of want all the legendary pieces, because making a half-ass build with like green gear is not really going to give you the same effect. So it does take a lot of work, but yes, I think there are opportunities there.
What is the biggest?
I don't know.
I'm curious from you guys.
It's in here
what is
somewhere.
the biggest fun factor element? Like, we've talked a lot about these things, but like, what's the most fun aspect of the game?
For me, it's lore stuff. Like getting to go to places in Minrath, like Minrathous, that you have only heard of from.
Do you sculpt
Bioware
as
games,
well,
from
Zephyrus?
Dragon Age games. I think there are these really nice character
You
moments.
sound like-
I definitely have the same
you
criticism
sound like a
as Ralph
sculptor.
about like how it's it's not Paragon and Renegade. It's nice guy in different tones. But I think like at the heart of it, I do like these characters a lot. I do love the world of Thedas. I do love the lore of Dragon Age. I am like the thing that's pulling me along is Solus. Like coming back to him and what his plans are and his connection to
Nice.
Rook. I love that little what do you call him, the egg, or I guess Chuckles, but like I love that little guy. And I really want to see more of it. Like I want to see where it goes. Because from what I'm hearing from the people who I know who do love it, they were like, oh, holy shit, Act 3, oh my god. And I think if you're a person who really digs Dragon Age, then from what it sounds like, there's going to be some big old choices and
Got
revelations.
a few
in
more
there. And that's
armors
the kind of stuff
here.
I'm excited
It's
to
not
get
just
to.
this one.
I recently got to
There's an
Tasha's
imposter
acquisition
remorse.
mission. If
Yeah, we
thinking
got
of
a
it like Mass
few.
Effect terms of acquisition and loyalty. And it felt a little bit
Oops.
different. And I was like, oh,
I
okay,
need
yeah.
to
And then I
fix
really
this one.
liked how they interfaced with
I think the
like the party and how
hold on.
people kind of getting together and like seeing the lighthouse fill up and change and mold itself. I really like that. That's the kind of shit that I
What the
really
heck?
love. I'm not gonna go around decorating it like it's The Sims, but the option is there for me if I want to. And so there are all these little moments. Let's say it's not any one particular thing. There are glimpses of stuff that I'm like, oh, is that going to pay off? Is that going to be really good? Like, things that, again, I'm the magpie. The things that are drawing me around that my eye is drawn to. Also, in terms of the gameplay itself, the combat, I don't mind it. I think I'm not, maybe,
don't
I know
hate
by,
it.
the 60 plus hour mark, maybe it's very, very repetitive at that point. I'm in the point where I am still unlocking perks and abilities that feel unique enough, and I
don't
go in and
hate it,
I'm playing Rogue too, so I'm throwing my turret down, and my ultimate is Rook has like a fucking minigun. Sure, but that's fun for me because also I think I'm at the point in the game where it's not
Okay.
boring, but I
about
understand the
it.
language of it. I understand the language of each encounter and
Gauntlets.
who to potentially bring into each level that I'm going to do.
Yeah, there's a few armors in
So
here.
I'm enjoying this kind of familiarity, I suppose you would call it. Like there isn't really this this barrier for me in terms of mastery or understanding how the game works. And I think that also works in its favor when you come to level exploration, because you've got those break 3 thing puzzles, and I'm like, yep, I know how to do that. And then, oh cool, that took me 20 seconds. Okay, great. Little dopamine rush, and I'll move on. It's not anything that's making me scratch my head and wonder what the hell am I doing here. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to look this up. But it's fine. It's serviceable for me. And like I think at the end of the day, if I'm gonna be playing this, and I have been playing this in like 2-3 long hour stretches where missions are, like some of the longer ones were 45 minutes, and then you can knock out a couple of shorter ones. It's like it's a game that plays well in like those little chunks. I think I would, if I was playing it all day every day, I think I would be seeing the glue holding it all together a lot more. But
I am curious. I want to hear kind of like from Lucy and
that's
Ralph,
nice.
like opposite ends here, but there's got to be other people out there like me. I only really was into the original Dragon Age. So, what is it?
Is 150 mils per subtool, or is that for like the whole project?
Like, what would you say to me? Is this something I should play? Am I going to enjoy it? Like, is that
How
all
to
right?
I mean,
check
I think yeah.
how
like,
much
I
RAM
mean, I absolutely loved Origins.
got?
Yeah.
Also, I want to. I saw some responses saying that like
Control
I
Shift
don't like
Escape.
Bioware games. I have not played Bioware games. That I never was a Dragon Age fan. None of those things are true. I've
Fonts.
played like every single Bioware game ever, and I
Jade
absolutely
Empire?
loved Origins. Yeah, Jade, of course, Jade Empire. Absolutely.
A lot of people forget about Jade Empire. Okay,
Sure,
good.
of course, absolutely.
Good.
So, and I loved Origins. Origins, I think,
Memory
was
box.
I still look back on that
Ba-doop, ba-doop.
as a very influential game in terms of my love of video games. I think what it did in terms of the pivot, like the first
I have
truly
32
cinematic RPG, you know, that pivot
RAM,
away from like Baldur's
guess.
Gate CRPG format into this.
For the
It
whole
was
character.
revelatory
Okay.
at the time, you know. What they did was incredible, and I wasn't a bigger fan of 2. I didn't even finish 2, but I did play Inquisition, and I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it either. And I played some of the DLC, and I was like, yeah, this is fine.
I'm halfway
broadly,
there.
You know? So
Halfway.
but you know, look, it's. I think I was never expecting it to be Origins, because I know that ship has sailed on that
Yeah.
era of Bioware. Like that ship has sailed so long ago. But
Yeah.
you know, I was still expecting something in the vicinity of like a Mass Effect, with like, you know, being able to shape a character through your dialogue choices and role play a persona and make decisions regularly that actually affect the flow of events.
Oh, is that
You
what
know,
the free mem
both major
5
and minor,
gigabytes
you know,
here
and
is? Okay.
so I think in answer to your question, there is nothing here that I think a Dragon Age Origins fan is going to like. The darkness of tone is not there. The combat is the sophistication of the combat is not there. You know, the decisions are not there. We can get into
I'm
the
all
detail on that, but
self-taught, so there's a
fundamentally
lot I
believe
don't
it's
know
just they're
about
not there.
ZBrush still.
I would say though that, you know, if you're in that later phase of Bioware, when you're looking at like your Mass Effect 3 and your Andromeda or whatever, and you liked some of that, and you were interested in an even more distilled version of that, more focus on action, more focus on like a storyline, like a top line storyline, more focus on companion quests, you know, because that's a huge thing, as Paul said. Sure, I think that's what you'd be looking for. But that old Bioware, no, that's not a thing anymore. And I think that for me personally, that was a very important revelation that I came to while playing through this game, because it became clear to me that like I was still hoping that Bioware would make some steps back toward that older legacy. I was never expecting Origins, 100%. But I was like, if we could get just a little bit in that direction, cool. But it's extremely clear to me that that is not who Bioware are at this point or where they're going. They're going a very different trajectory. They're going your sort of like action game with a little bit of light RPG sprinkled on top of it, right? And of course, Mass Effect games are already kind of like that, but this is even more in that direction, okay? And so I think that's what probably gives me... That's why I struggle to be excited about the future games, because I'm just not interested in this kind of game that they've made. This light drizzling of RPG. I'm like, you may as well not bother. Just make it a full action game at that point. So I'm not thinking or
Unreal Engine. I actually have like some of the base races. There's a thread that I'm keeping all my progress in the live stream description. I'll boot it up for you. Oh yeah, I forget, like it's destroying my memory if I boot up Unreal Engine while I'm doing this. So I probably shouldn't draw. But yeah, anyway, hope you're okay with a bit of nudity. A little bit. But yeah, I got a few base meshes in here. Oops. F1. Very, 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 very rudimentary. But the base meshes are basically done. These are all low polys. They're textured. Working with material blending and all that to get like the scalp hair and whatever There's still a lot to do. 1 GB is normal for a character? Really? I guess it depends on like what you're working on. If you're doing like, maybe if you're doing like cinematic work. Because I'm not really baking at super high resolutions. So like all of these characters, the faces are 1K maps, I think, right? Yeah, I think the faces are 1K, and then the bodies are 2K. The vampires have additional texture for the for the wings, because obviously that's a lot of real estate. But yeah, each save is a little bit more than 1 gig, or was it a little bit less? But I mean, there's a few armors in here, so it's not like it's not just one character, it's several characters worth of geometry data in here. So you must be working on like cinematic level stuff, or like really close-up renders of maybe like portraits. Do you do like portrait busts? Because that'll eat up a lot of polygons.
I'm not examining these RPG systems thinking, oh god, I wish this was more fleshed out. You know what I mean? I'm like, just commit to it as an action game at that point. So that's a long way of answering a question, but that's how I'd position. I don't know if you feel any different, Lucy.
I don't feel differently. I think also as well, you know, as someone who also played and loved Origins, I think it was as well, like it changed the way that I loved it. God, it was something like I didn't really play fantasy games before I played that one, despite loving fantasy as an art.
Also came out of, I feel like it came out of nowhere. Maybe I wasn't like super plugged in at that point for a second, because to me it just like came out and it was like, BioWare made another thing? What is this? Holy shit.
Yeah, but I think it's just a very different game franchise now. It's become, like Ralph said, more and more towards action, and you got to decide if you're into that.
All right, well, more kind of like consumer questions for me, because I'm buying it when it comes out to talk about it and stuff. Does this feel like a game designed for like a jumping on point? Like, can someone just jump into this? Like, Paul, you said you don't have a lot of experience. Like, were you able to just get in, start to understand the world, get the feel, and go from there?
I was actually a little surprised by that, given, I mean, again, it's been a decade. I do know a cursory amount about Dragon Age. Like, I knew the whole Solus thing. You know, I've put a couple dozen hours into the series. I just never fully committed. I think I was maybe just not ready for Origins back in 2011, and like maybe if I gave it another shot now, I'd feel different.
Wow, that's cool.
But in terms of this game, I was impressed with the things it did, not just for the character arcs, but for the larger story. And even as someone who is not, you know, Mr. Dragon Age, I could tell that this Act 3 stuff everyone is hyping up are like big revelations about the world and the nature of this world and the origins of things and all this stuff. And I think one critique
that's
is
a long
that
time to be
the
doing
companion missions don't
character
tie
art
into the main quest line. But they do in
I'm
in
pushing
non-spoilery
10
ways,
years
where
myself.
they
I'm
lead
not
into
quite
these
there
big
yet.
reveals about the state of
But
the
I'm
world,
nearly there.
and knowing those things really informs sort of the central conflicts and how you got to this point. So I do think ultimately it does all feed into each other, even if there's like a lot of meandering
If you
around
count the
to get
time
there.
that I
So in terms of
spent
story structure, it may
studying
take a
3D,
while
I would be
to get
past
where it's
10 years
going,
though.
but I do think it does a good job of introducing you
Like being
to the
employed,
world and the lore,
not
even if
10
you're not
years
super
yet, I
familiar.
don't think.
And like the thing about the game being 10 years old is like they are trying to onboard new people. It can't just be like, you know,
Yeah,
a
they have.
30-year-old whatever. Like they are trying to get a new audience here. And I definitely think it has been more, you know, mainstreamed, like the straight, essentially action gameplay. One thing I totally agree with Ralph on is they sanded this down way too much in terms of
I went
tone
into a collectible
and
shop
character
recently
conflicts, and
for Warhammer,
it's just
and like I've never been more tempted to spend all of my money on Warhammer figurines. I went in there and there's like all these little tiny figurines just like posed ready for battle. I'm like, man, I want one of those just like to have on my desk. I look at the price, it's like $100. Like maybe next time.
it's just too happy-go-lucky. Like I understand. Like I want to bond with my teammate. I want to have good moments with my teammates, but I want to have bad moments. I want to have bad moments too, and I want to make the wrong choice. I want to like have something that has like horrible consequences. And like there's you know a couple big decisions where it's like you have to do this thing or this thing, and both of them are going to lead to bad things. Like okay, but generally speaking, again, the evil guy option is like you're kind of rude, or like you're maybe a little brusque, and I don't think that's interesting enough from a character perspective in a way that I'm okay with like changing the action and the structure and stuff, but that is something I miss from, if not all Dragon Age games, Mass Effect, Baldur's Gate. Like
nice.
there are real, you know, choices and real conflicts you can get into in a way that they gloss over here in a way that I don't think was especially necessary. So if I could change one thing, it would be that. But otherwise, onboarding, I think that this will be a good jumping off point for people. And well, I am there is this narrative that like hardcore Dragon Age fans are going to hate this, and like all these newbie tourists are going to love it, and like it's not that simple. I think it will work for some and not work for others in both camps, and I just think that's too reductive. But for me personally, as someone who's been, you know, only lightly involved with the series, I was surprised at how much I liked it. This was not really even on my fall radar, and I'm like, I got a code, okay, fine. And then I was like, I genuinely want to play more of this, so here we are.
So I'm curious to know what you guys think about. So there's so much discourse about this game already. The reviews, most people like it, a couple of people don't. People are rallying like, ah.
Yeah.
How do you guys see the actual mainstream crowd response going? I mean, we have the critical response. We've talked about the Metacritic score and stuff like that. But how do you guys think the general public is going to respond? Do you think it's going to be as quote unquote divisive as some people are billing the conversation right now, whether it really is or not?
I do expect that it will be, to be perfectly honest, in the sense that I definitely looking at a lot of those reviews, I'm not sure that a lot of them really drill down into, I think, some of the game's more obvious shortcomings, as they might have. You know what I mean? Obviously, not saying their reviews are incorrect, obviously.
I've wanted to get into like making 3D prints for like the longest time, but I just haven't found the time to do it. Like building an MMO all by yourself kind of eats up any free time that you have. Also, like, what am I gonna do with the print I'll just have on my desk? And be like, man, I sure am a workaholic, aren't I? Like, yep, I gotta keep working on that. I gotta keep working on that print. There is something very cool about like seeing your work in real life, though. I made a tiny model of a what's it called? It's like a holder. I basically made a tiny cup for someone to print out, and then he gave it to me to look at. I'm like, wow, I made this in 3D and now it's in real life. So yeah, it's pretty cool. It's roughly the same sort of feeling when you get that you get when you make a 3D model and then you see it walk around in a game. That's true. You know, I was thinking about, you know, in like World of Warcraft, you build up this character, you play like a character for like years, and you're like, what if you stop playing the game? Like, wouldn't you want to have like a statue of your character, dressed up in their armor or whatever, on your desk somewhere? Wouldn't that be cool? And then have like a plaque that has their name on it, like how many hours you've spent playing as that character, and like all that. Like that would be like the coolest thing, for like World of Warcraft if they actually had that. But that's like always, that's like something I always thought would be really cool to have in an MMO. Just like a statue of your character for like those hardcore fans that have sunk in thousands of hours into a game. They're like, yeah, I played as that character for like all of my free time of 2024. I think that'd be a really cool idea. I was playing some Monster Hunter recently. Like that game would be great for collectibles. I guess they already have collectibles, don't they? They probably have like miniatures they can buy somewhere. I'll listen to some music instead. Maybe, I don't know. Whatever. Probably gonna go to sleep soon anyway. It's almost been 4 hours. I probably won't have time to do a morning stream. Maybe I'll get a little bit of work done off stream in the morning, but like it's not gonna be long enough to justify a full stream for that. Yeah, I've been looking at their creatures for inspiration. I can't think of another game that has as good creature designs. Maybe I just don't play enough games. Alright, take care, Zephyrus. Have a good one.
But just, I do think that this game has some notable shortcomings and some very core foundational fundamental issues that you may get tripped up over, particularly like as we talked about tone. Like that's just one thing that I think is such a deal breaker for so many people. And even if the game, you know, was much stronger across the board, but it still messed that tone up, that's still something that you just can't get past, and you're like, you know what I mean? So I actually do think it's going to be quite a, I think there's going to be quite a spread of opinion, because maybe it's the lack of choice that gets you, maybe it's the tone that gets you, maybe it's the repetitiveness of combat that gets you. To be honest with you, all of those things got me at once, and that's why I think my review is so universally negative. But I do think there are a number of tripwires in this game that are going to result in that response, and coupled with the sort of expectations that people have of a BioWare game going into it. And I think how different this is versus those expectations, I definitely expect there's going to be a much broader range of opinion than I think is reflected
get more
in the
RAM.
current crop of review scores. I would say, I would put it that way.
So I want to dig into that. So
I need
what
more
do you think
RAM
the
and more
disconnect
storage space.
really is.
Time to
is it just
download
the
more
fact
RAM.
that it's one opinion in a review versus a sea of, say, then 100 consumers playing it and rating it on their own? Like
I should write that down,
Why
actually.
would so many like consumers or like
Buy
players
more,
whatever pick up on
buy
the
at
tone of
least
things and be mixed
64
by the
RAM.
tone where like a bunch of
And
critical
more
scores
storage.
didn't mind it?
Okay.
I really don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I really don't. I just sort of like know in my gut though that there's going to be more a spread of opinion. And I know some of that's going to be
it's already happening.
It's already
even though
happening.
No one has played
but
it.
people haven't played it yet, and that's
So
just how it
without playing
goes with
it.
online
Yeah.
discourse.
But-
Sure,
Yeah.
but you know, I do think. And it's not like it's not a phenomenon that we're completely unfamiliar with, right?
No.
Again, if you look at the reception to Starfield, for example, where there's obviously a huge gap between where a lot of those critic scores were and where the game landed. And I think Final Fantasy 16 is another example where obviously lots of people love Final Fantasy 16, but certainly lots of people don't as well. And I think as well that wasn't quite borne out in the spread of scores, you know. I think part of it is also is sometimes to do with these big legacy franchises and these studios. You know, I think Nintendo gets a little bit of a bump when it scores. You know what I mean? Like there's like that Nintendo phenomenon that we notice.
Not
It's
really. I
just a-
bought that alarm clock and it sucks ass. I hate it.
Oh my god.
Does it really suck
No
ass?
Nintendo bump for that. We'll save
I want to
that
hear
for
about
another
that.
Yeah,
I
I
want to
wanna
hear more about that. But it is. It is. You're right. It's an interesting thing. I can't quantify it. I can't say why it is. But I do think that it's a thing that happens sometimes, and I think it's going to happen a little bit here. That's my gut. I don't know if anyone thinks I'm totally off the mark on that.
I mean, here's what I think is going to happen. I think that
Someone's
it's going to be
cleanup work.
divisive, and I think you're going to have extremes on both sides. Similar to what's already happening, you'll have Dragon Age people who are just happy to see the series back in any form, and
Yeah.
they'll love it. You'll have traditionalists who don't like it. You'll have people yelling about unrelated things. It will be
Unrelated
divisive. But I
things.
think the ultimate result here is going to be like not amazing for BioWare, because I think it's all just sort of like it's going to muddle together. I don't think this is evidence of BioWare is dead and buried and like this is the nail in the coffin and like clearly they can't recover. Like I think it's overall good enough to not say that. But it's certainly not good enough to be like BioWare's back. Like, oh my god,
That's
Mass
shit.
Effect's going to be so amazing. Like,
That's true.
so it's just sort of in the middle. And
I
I
agree, I
do
agree.
wonder what that means for sales. Like someone like me who wasn't going to get it and like I really only played because I got a code, is it just being like pretty good, maybe going to be enough to get someone into a fourth Dragon Age after all this time. So I think it's mostly going to be these polar opposite views, but ultimately they're going to sort of average out into something that's not especially, you know, memorable, I would say, in the longer term. Like I've seen some people be like, this isn't the game of the year conversation. Like I don't think it's going to be.
I saw some person say this is the best game BioWare's ever made. I'm like,
But
this is a
like,
studio
there
that
will
made
be
Baldur's
people-
Gate
yeah,
2.
there will be people like
what,
that.
like, oh man.
But in like looking at the long arc of this as like a journalist or whatever who covers the industry, it doesn't feel like something that's going to be kind of impactful.
You need
over
to
the
work
long run. Like we're gonna be talking
on
about
the
Baldur's
spit
for years and
as
years.
well.
But this, it's like
The
they
optional.
did a pretty good job coming back, and like some people didn't like the direction. But like next year, I don't think we'll be talking about it. So whether it sells enough to please EA and BioWare, whatever. But in terms of the reaction, even if it's split, I don't ultimately think it's gonna matter either way.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I don't know. As a long-term BioWare fan, I wish this had come out of the gate and it was the game that people had been theory crafting for 10 years that it could be. I'm interested to see how the hardcore Dragon Age fans like accept it and see and go
Yeah.
through it.
I've
and
actually
pick it
never
apart
finished
for
Dragon
little
Age
things and
Origins,
story
so I can't
stuff
call
and-
myself a hardcore fan.
I think it will find an audience for sure. There's stuff in there that I think people will really
I should go and
gravitate
finish
towards.
Origins.
But it also, not to sound really depressing, but like it feels like those kind of releases, you know, and like mid to end 360 cycle, we just don't have that anymore. Like in general, in game development, like we've talked to death about how things have changed and how games are too expensive and take too long to make. And I think honestly, anything at this point, if you're waiting 10 years for anything, it's never going to be what you want it to be.
Oh man, that's a whole other podcast.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm
segment
trying not to
topic.
depress it, but it's like that's the thing where it's like there are things about this game that I do not like, and I think detract from the overall experience. But there are things that really compel me and make me want to go through it and see it through that I am really enjoying. So it's just such a weird mixed bag. And
I think you hit the nail on the head when you said it's up to Dragon Age fans. It's really to see how the Dragon Age freaks really respond to this, because some of them are very intense. Inquisition people are a whole different breed. So I'm curious to see how it goes down with them.
No,
but
for sure.
I think that's a nice positive note to end on. Thank you guys for. I was gonna say thank you guys for coming. You guys just live here.
We're here all the time,
this is
man.
my house.
You're welcome.
Paul,
That's
thank
right.
you for being here and
Thanks
chatting
for
with us.
having
We'd
me.
love to
Yeah,
have you on
sure.
again.
Definitely.
You know,
that'd be
love your
great.
work. So yeah, we'll see you again
Thank
soon.
you.
Well, that's basically all I wanted to watch about this video. And I'm probably gonna log off here. Oh, excuse me. I sound like a Fallout ghoul again. It's been 4 hours. I'm gonna go log off here. Get some sleep. I'll be back tomorrow night, probably. Just like move this in the right position. Got a lot done. As usual, it doesn't feel like I got a lot done because I'm in that phase where I'm refining the shapes that I have. So there's a lot of cleanup work. I need to be less messy about sculpting. Otherwise, I'm just creating more work for myself. Yeah, there's a bit of cleanup work. There's more refining of shapes and like defining these little fucking faces that are so annoying to. Well, they're not annoying. They're actually kind of fun, but they just take a while to sculpt. I can probably do like insert mesh over some faces, but I kind of like sculpting them out by hand because it makes each one of them fairly unique. Anyway, take care. Good night, Rusty. See ya, Zephyrus, if you're still around. See ya, Rogat, if you're still around.